And I will give the YouTube a recap when we are live. Looks like the YouTube should be live now. Yeah. All right. Cool. So YouTube's live. Let me read what our plan for today is. All right. So we're back working on Messijo today. For people who are unaware of Messijo is the tool to listen for mentions on social media. Right now, Blue Sky and Lobsters are the social media you can listen to. But we want to maybe add other platforms, etc. Today, we need to ramp back up into the code base. There's definitely a couple low-hanging bugs that we can knock out. I think I ran into one editing some form. I ran into another where like the graph doesn't show the right stuff. So we're going to knock out some of those easy bugs. We're going to take a look at our to-dos, and from there, we also probably need to then take a look at our linear board and start prioritizing things as we think they should be. And maybe even we want to start brainstorming how we could involve AI in some fashion. I think realistically, we might need to get feature flagging going. Because I don't think I want all users to be able to get all the feature flag stuff. Not yet, at least. Right? We might just want to, like, prototype it. We could also just prototype it in, like, a branch, but I may want to roll it out to specific people, you know? Stuff like that. So, yeah, we'll have to consider... Is there work I need to do for Vexilla for the feature flagging? Maybe, maybe not. But might be fun to implement that. We'll at least get it onto the linear board. I think we have enough bugs and other stuff to do that we probably won't tackle some of the AI BS yet. But we can start brainstorming. What would AI features for Messijo look like? Right? Like creating an agent that could respond with, oh, this looks like a support request. Feel free to reach out to us so that we can create a ticket and start digging into things or something, right? Or it could even ingest our support docs and do stuff that way too. I don't know. Yeah, there's stuff we could do. We just got to think about it. And the reason we want to maybe get some AI stuff in there is that we can get some of that sweet, sweet VC funding, right? Maybe, maybe not. But yeah, all right. So I think we got our plan for today. Let's keep going.
Talk to the hand.
There we go. Yeah, I think we're mostly set. Let me pour some more water. I may need to fill this jug again here at some point, but yeah, water time. Like from the toilet. And yeah, how's everyone doing? Did you miss me while I was gone for that single day? All right, so let's clean up some tabs first, right? I don't think we need Omazish or the SSH server or the Tailscale stuff. I do want to make sure I get the Tailscale thing going before I leave for TwitchCon. Yeah, we had a bunch of tabs open. Just looking at virtualization and a whole bunch of junk. I may want to look up those codes at some point. Not the end of the world, though. And yeah, all this stuff does look to be Messijo based. Yeah, I think we can leave all that. Oh, had that open twice. All right, let's close this down. We don't need it at the moment. We can get rid of that. And we'll close the Vibe Diesel stuff for now. All right, and the rest of this is what we're looking for. But yeah, we need to get the API up and running. Ooh. And what were we doing here? Ah. Yes, we'll want to look at this diff a bit deeper. Let's double check. What have we done on the front end? Ah, yeah, and I don't need those. I copied them to the wrong folder. Okay, so yeah, we just had some stuff we were fixing on the back end. We can bring up this. We do need the server up and running. Just do that in a new tab here. Oh, and it's it's // dev. Yeah, cool. Okay, so yeah, ramping back up. Now, let's look at what we actually changed in here. So the issue is that we're trying to edit a keyword and it's failing on us. And it has to do with when we're changing the ignored users. Right, and yeah, the ignored user that we're doing, so this part makes sense, right? The ignored user could be from the database, or it could be from what we've sent through to things. And that's where we need to selectively just get the name and platform. So I think we may have fixed that bug. We just didn't ship it. But let's double check. A lot of mentions of the word football. 29,000, no big deal. We're going to delete that. We don't need that one. One unread about Chris Griffin. Well, I agree with that, sure. He misspelled grifting as griffing, which is not the first time that's happened. But yeah, CM griffing has not been mentioned. But hey, what's up there, Catnoom? How you doing? What were you up to? Fantasy Hub, Next.js, Spring Boot, and then designing. Okay. What is Fantasy Hub? And let's make sure I'm following you. I am. Good. Yeah, what were you up to? Speaking of fantasy, I should look at my fantasy football team. I'm playing against the manager list team this week. Somehow, they have 2 people that are out. And I'm projected to barely win. If I lose to this manager list team when they had 2 people out, I'm going to be so bummed. Like, Josh Allen, you better not shit the bed. All I need is 21 points. My tight end is questionable, but I don't have another tight end to put in. So that's a bummer. But yeah, Catnoom, what is Fantasy Hub? I'm doing the command, but it's not working. I'm kidding. I bet if I head over to your channel, will it? Maybe. I actually forget how to do this for an offline person. Chat. Here we go. Oh, an unplug was over there, huh? Building a web application aimed at Final Fantasy XIV players to showcase their characters for hire with an erotic focus for now. Touche, touche. All right, well, you know, Lizard Brain was like, oh, Fantasy Hub, that's porn, right? Yeah, not far off, actually. Honestly, don't feel bad about it. Do what you want. This is the internet. Nothing wrong with it. Oh, you need to edit the bot command. Okay, gotcha. What is the new direction of it? I'm curious. And yeah, what I would say is, yeah, it sounds cool, right? To be like, you know, Final Fantasy XIV focused. But is there some way that you could genericize this to be like applicable to other platforms too, like other games? Ah, got it, got it. That makes more sense. All right, for people to like really like role play and all that. Yeah. Which I think, yeah, I mean, could still be applicable. People get weird in World of Warcraft, don't they? And weird's the wrong word. I'm not trying to judge. Yeah, weird was the wrong word. Frisky. Is that a better one? I think frisky is a better word. I meant weird in like the good way, like keep Portland weird. Keep Austin weird, you know? Like the good kind of weird. But yeah, I'd be curious if you could like open it up to other games. And then you got like a real thing on your hands. Like could be big. Like you could yeah, I mean, people could use in-game chat, but in-game chat gets really noisy and someone has to be online for it to work. But realistically, like, you know, if you wanted to hire someone to help, you know, help smurf you through a dungeon or something, like that could be World of Warcraft, that could be like any game. You could have guns for hire for Tarkov. You could have guns for hire in any game. That's actually not a bad idea. And it would be stuff that works when they're offline, but maybe still available to game. Maybe someone's just playing a different game right now, just for fun or whatever, but someone sends a message through your platform. Bam, someone could, I don't know, maybe make some real money or in-game currency or whatever, just to like carry someone through something. It may break terms of service. I would be careful about that, but it's still an interesting idea. Yeah, exactly. So big online games don't like when third parties take the interaction away. So being too specific might get your tool name banned in-game chat. Sure. Yeah, I think realistically, maybe it's not even about in-game chat though, right? It's more just like a platform for people to like DM each other through the platform, and then they just meet up in game. So then it's not even going through like the in-game chat. Yeah, 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 yeah. I think that would be cool. Right? Like trying to put together a big raid on some big dungeon. Yeah. I think that could be really cool. And it wouldn't be just restricted to your guild or in-game chat. Yeah, I don't know. I like that idea. People could set up alerts for when someone does like a looking for group or maybe like looking for a member type thing. I don't know. Yeah. And then realistically, you could have just like a bot that doesn't share the name just listening to in-game chat for you. Mostly telling others in-game. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think it's one of those things that would have a lot of value just from like word of mouth. Yeah, I don't know. Just random ideas. I just like thinking about this stuff. But yeah, sounds fun. And you're saying you might go through an incubator with your other project, huh? like applying to Y Combinator or A16Z or some of that stuff. Like honestly, I think the party thing might even be worth applying to A16Z because they have like A16Z speedrun. I don't know if you've seen that yet. And it's like gaming is a big part of what they're looking for. Or at least it was. Mm, maybe it's in the frequently asked questions. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Definitely could be worth it. Yeah, last time I was looking at it, they had like gaming and stuff in like their first paragraph or two. Maybe I just missed it this time, but yeah, something to consider. Let me get more music going. And unplug. How's Messijo going? We're just getting started. So yeah, our today command, the stuff that we're doing. I mean, we're just number one, we're jumping into a bug that I hadn't committed that I think we fixed, but now I got to remember how to reproduce it. Let me double check. Okay. So yeah, I think the reproduction would be going to edit this, and then if we wanted to maybe add lobsters, and we go to save, we get a failure. Error updating keyword. All right, keyword part does not implement access behavior. That does seem related to what we're doing, but maybe not the exact issue. How the bot message used I and think. That's the today command. Yeah. So that's me. That's like from my perspective. Yeah, exactly, Morgul. Like I recognize what that error is saying. We just got to figure out like where. But I thought we had fixed it. So yeah, I'm familiar with that error. I've gotten that error lots of times. Um, but we got to figure out where. But yeah, the today message is directly from my perspective. Like I type that out into Discord into the announcements channel at the start of every day, and then I just copy and paste it. Jesus Christ. I guess there was a machete attack in Seattle. Caught my attention. I need to just delete the account that keeps getting me into that shit. Like, I created a meme account and they just send like the weirdest fucking notifications to it. Like, I didn't subscribe to any of that shit. Okay. And yet, Pravan, what are you up to? Adding some new things for a customer before bed? Nice. So hold on. Yeah, we'll close. Oh my god. You booked a hotel for your fiance and you when you go to Copenhagen. You bought it as a birthday present. Nice. Hold on. So, real quick, someone asked me a question. Nope, not tail scale. Brain fart. You deleted your Snapchat? Nice. All right. So yeah, Alan, one of my friends here in Seattle, had a question about Tailscale versus using a Cloudflare tunnel. Has anyone here actually used Cloudflare tunnels? You do? And are Cloudflare tunnels basically just like an ngrok uh, equivalent? Or are they actually like Tailscale where they create a VPN that you'd have to like add your other device to? I was under the impression that uh, Cloudflare tunnels are just the equivalent of ngrok, which means that the endpoint is exposed to the broad internet. It is like ngrok. Okay, cool. I just want to double check that. Okay. Yep. And it sounds really useful for that, but I would maybe want to be just a little more guarded around something that opens up my entire Mac Mini to the internet in some way. So yeah, thanks for the clarification. If you don't add any password, can't you be hacked? With the tunnel? I don't think so. It's just exposing a local port to the internet via an HTTP port, basically. Were you being sarcastic, Privan? Like, I see the kappa, it wasn't added to the statement that was the sarcastic part. Got it. Yeah, sarcasm doesn't work on the internet very well. I would typically try and avoid it. All right, so I popped open VS Code somewhere. Or I thought I did. Yeah. All right, so there's our back end code. Let's fire up the front end code. All right, so we got our editor open, and they were saying it's basically this part. Right, so we can't do this access onto a struct. So these are the parts that are coming from... Oh no, what's the hotfix, Redis? So hold on, I'm curious, what was this before? Okay, so we thought that maybe this was the issue, but it's possible this is also the issue. Oh, hold on, 1 second. Is this the part that he vibe coded? Mm-hmm. I'm sure there's a really, really reasonable chill discussion on Hacker News about it, right? Yeah, I think the term vibe coding is getting fuzzier and fuzzier. You mean the part where he's letting the machine do all the work while he's doing things like cooking breakfast? Yes, whoever would have thought that maybe regressions would get brought back in? Pretty much everyone. Right? Like, it's something that a regular dev could do too. But it's not helping his case. Yeah, but the thing is, if he didn't write it himself, the review is not from the same perspective as someone who's actually writing the code. Yeah, so I get it, Pravan, but it's still not the same thing, right? It's code that the AI wrote for him and then he reviewed, but as a reviewer, you don't have the context nearly as deeply as the thing that you're trying to do. So then when you're reviewing it, you're gonna miss stuff. There's been so many times where I'll let Super Maven complete more than 10 lines for me. It looks good. It would pass a review from me. And then I realize, oh no, it totally had a bug in it. Whereas if I had written it myself, there's still a chance for the bug, but it would have been less. Especially the ones that I've dealt with most from Super Maven. Right? So it's the part about like taking the person out of the loop, right? He's no longer part of the dev loop. He's just part of the review loop. Yeah, exactly. So just I don't know, man. Yeah, human error versus human carelessness. It's a very clear distinction in my opinion. And as a reviewer, like we've all done it. When I'm reviewing code that someone else made a PR for, it's not my job to make sure it works. That's their job. It's their ticket. I'm just making sure it's readable and I'll be able to jump into it later if I need to. This whole thing about like I review the code and because I reviewed it, it's totally good. That's not real. Like, that's not fucking real. That's never been the case in any software development like process I've ever been a part of. You'll occasionally get devs that'll pull it down and run it or something. They're fucking up. That's not their job as part of the code review. Your job as code review is to make sure that this is code that looks good enough to me that I would be able to jump in and make changes to it later. But I don't have the context of like exactly every little bit of the ticket. That's not my job. What's up, Taco Bandit? How you doing? Now, I do recognize that people have different code review hats that they wear. The hat that I wear is the readability hat. You do run the code that you review. And that's cool, man. But I think that's actually a waste of your time. That's what tests are for, right? Are you really like internalizing the entire ticket that the PR is assigned to? I don't know, man. So it's this comparison.zig. That looks like where the majority of it is. Or is this a test? No, and I get that brainless, but again, that's you weren't the one assigned to make sure that the code actually accomplishes what the ticket should do. That's the person who was assigned the ticket. All right, so yeah. He creates his own comparison method. Yeah, and I get that, Daniel, for sure. I just think everyone wears a different hat when they review code. I wear the readability hat. That's it. I make sure this code is going to be readable later. I'm going to critique variable names. I'm going to critique just overall structure and could this be broken up? Like things like that. I mean, 3D Factor, well-written tests is the no true Scotsman there, though. We've all worked with devs, and I hope we've all maybe been that dev from time to time, where we wrote a bad test just because it can't get merged until we hit that bullshit 60% coverage metric or something, right? So we're going to write a bad test. It happens, you know? Well-written test is definitely a no true Scotsman. So here's the thing, right? Like in this change, right, from 1 to 2, yeah, like again, he can do whatever he wants. It's his code base. But man, like none of these actually seems like it's fixing the regression based on the name. Is it maybe this one? Like none of these seem like they're specific to it. Okay, hold on. This reverts that commit because it appears to be causing memory leaks. So this is the commit that we truly care about. And this also looks vibe coded to me. Not fully like vibed. Oh, bracketless if? Another bracketless if? Oh, another bracketless if? Like this entire block wouldn't have passed my code review in the first place. Yeah. I think Ghosty is a fantastic piece of software, but readability does not seem like a concern here. Right? Are we all aware of how dangerous bracketless ifs are? Hold on. Do I have a command for this? Nah. There you go. Go to fail.com. No, that's just to check it. Maybe they link to it properly from here. Eh. Yeah, here we go. Right? This is what bracketless ifs lead to. Because diffs are not a great way of reviewing code as well most of the time. Because it's really easy for this line to not be obvious that it's repeated. Now, proper auto formatting would have fixed it, right? Because then it would have been like this. But yeah, like Apple broke SSL for every iOS and macOS device. Maybe just iOS. Just because of a silly bracketless if. The fact that there are still people in the world that do them is insane to me. But anyway, right? Like those are the things I look for when I'm doing code reviews. So I do think that would be a cool kind of article. Just talking about like the different hats we wear in code review. And most people don't wear separate hats. They tend to just like do the thing that they care about. So I get it. Like the person that pulls stuff down and runs it, you're important. Go for it, right? If we have all the different kinds of hats reviewing a PR, we're going to get better software. Because most people can't wear more than one hat. But if we're really looking at this, so here, page pool was a prop, it looks like. And then this was this assigning the prop? Yes, okay, sorry. So they're creating the variable here. They're doing result self and then passing page pool. And what's up, Witch TV? Yeah, the QA hat. That's a different one, right? The one that actually cares about does this PR pass the you know, the specification of what was needed. I pretty much never check that. I don't give a shit. That's not my job. You're the one that was assigned the ticket. I'm reviewing for, can I actually do anything in this code base later if we merge this? Like, can I understand what's going on? Can I read it? Can I scan through it? Not saying that's the right way. I'm just saying that's the way I do it. That's all. But I should create that as something somewhere. You're not doing well? I'm sorry, man. All right, so self.alec. All right, so that's always been there. The page pool D in it. Okay. They remove it there, but we're still within the D in it function. Oh, interesting. So it went from using an arena that was allocated here. And now they're just using the alloc that exists instead of creating a new arena. Okay. And when we see them creating this, alloc is alloc. How to be a maintainer? You maintain. You know? Okay, so you're working on yourself, keeping strong, but sorry, being not active in stream chat. No, it's fine, dude. Don't worry about it. It's fine. You do what you gotta do. And what is P in this context? Yes, single letter variable names, that never would have passed code review. Not on my watch. C dot whatever. What the fuck is C? Is it the color? Just call it the fucking color. It's like letters are at a premium. Like, dude, it's not the 80s anymore. Well, no, C dot star is equal to foreground. Like, yeah, dude. Who am I to talk shit? You know, Mitchell Hashimoto has shipped way more code than I ever will. But holy shitballs, dude. This is some very poorly written code from the perspective of readability. I should be able to look at a line and understand what it does without having to have the entire context of what came before it in my head. Like, I don't need to know exactly what it is, but yeah, what is P? I don't know. Now, I don't know enough Zig. Is it the pre-edit? What does pre-edit even mean? You know, maybe that's my lack of context on Zig. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. This is code in Ghosty. Zig is still immature, sure, but like that's not necessarily like an argument that matters here as much. Yeah, and if it was vibe coded, it takes one extra prompt to give better variable names. So now I would question, like, even if it was he reviewed it during his review, that's something that should have been fixed. Personally, like, this is written in a way that he's not expecting anyone else to contribute, in my opinion. Yes, we're using Elixir today on stream. And yes, I've done Lua. I've written NeoVim plugins, or a NeoVim plugin. I've made a couple, or I didn't actually make and publish a couple games, but I have tried to make some games in Lua in the past. I'm somewhat familiar with Lua. I'm not an expert. I really try not to do too much meta table bullshit. But yeah, if you just write clear, sensible logic in Lua, yeah, it works for me. But it's one of those languages that I use for specific use cases. Yeah, but which TV, like a good linter can catch that stuff. A good language server can catch that stuff. A missing semicolon or an extra semicolon in JavaScript can screw you, but prettier can save you. Like, that's a tooling issue more than a language issue. But yeah, I don't know. Very smart dude, right? Mitchell Hashimoto ships code. He's a billionaire at this point. But Just, I don't know, man. He says he's reviewing the code, but I don't think I trust his review process at this point. If I'm being honest. Let me put it this way. This looks like code a CEO would write, or someone who wrote something that was good initially, and then he built a business around it, and then everyone else had to come in and clean it up and make it readable. This looks like CEO, like, technical CEO, but still CEO code to me. This does not look like actual maintainer code. He's probably a really nice dude. I'm not saying anything about him personally. I'm just talking about the code that he's produced. Yeah, exactly, Lithium. I don't know. It's just, to me, bracketless if. I will never in my life write another bracketless if. Not gonna happen. I will never in my life write a single letter variable name except for I, because it's an iterator. J, because it's an iterator. Maybe K. At that point, if you're getting that deep, you should probably name it better. We were looking at the red too, for sure. The red's mostly up at the top, the bottom is the green. Yep, 100%. No, and I get that 3D factor. I'm not trying to like naysay him. I'm not saying he shouldn't do it. I'm just pointing out when he writes that blog post about how he uses AI. I take that blog post with a huge grain of salt now. To me, it looks like it's not doing the job. Oh, is that how Zig format does it? Oh. Well, then there's a big red flag of me never wanting to use Zig format. Yeah, the fact that the Rust formatter, I believe the code doesn't even compile if it's formatted incorrectly, that's a huge fucking problem. You should be able to opt out. I may be mistaking that. Maybe that's Go I'm thinking of. Oh, yeah. How do I go back? Uh, oh god, sorry for the flashbang. Okay, I get it. Cool. Now let me get back to the code. Uh, uh, okay, so this playground sucks. Yeah, see, so the formatter doesn't do the inline or like the single line bracketless if by default, at least as far as I can tell. So yeah, there's no excuse for that in my opinion. I don't know enough Zig to start writing this shit. Hold on. How do you define variables? Is it just const? Yeah, you can do const. Sweet. So const foo equals true. Why not? Or foo. So then I'm pretty sure the syntax that he was using here, which was like star f or whatever, and then we just did print star f. Does that work? Too many requests, and now it's gone. Dude, this playground is so fucking garbage. Like now I just don't have any code to edit and I can't go back. Maybe this one's better. Jesus. Now we got to type it out again. All right. Oop. Oh, this one sucks too. You don't get shift tab. I just want to see this. Now I'm just curious about some Zig code. Oh, interesting. 3D factor. Okay. Ah, yep. Okay, so this one highlights. It doesn't destroy everything. Okay. Yeah, yeah. And does it run? Will it blend? Okay, so the way I'm doing that if is probably wrong. Can I do that? Nope. Cannot compare strings with... which is fine, I get it. Yeah. But yeah, so at least, yeah, single bracket or bracketless ifs are not a thing that they auto format to, which is good. And yeah, I haven't written any Zig before in my life. So that was my first bit of Zig. And probably the last for a while. I just don't know when I would have a need for it. Like I need frameworks, I need libraries. I'm a pleb. Yeah. New languages are great, right? I just need like a use case for them. Oh, here's something. So he signs his commits. Have they fixed that? Last time I tried, I wasn't able to sign commits in Ghosty because of the way the signature thing was doing like a pop-up that just wouldn't render. I'm wondering if they fixed that. If so, that's awesome. And if they haven't signed it, is he even dog fooding? No, they probably fixed it. Anyway, rant over. For now. Yeah, exactly. 3D factor. Like, if I'm going to build some, like, web UI, that's going to be TypeScript. The back end, I need libraries. Oh, still not fixed? How is he signing his commits then? Is he popping open a kitty or something like that just to sign his commits? No, this is a different thing. Yeah, this isn't the right commit. So no, Redis, what I was talking about was not that bug that we were talking about. I'm talking about the commit signing. You're able to sign commits in Ghosty now? Okay. I'm so curious about that. I only have commit signing set up. Oh. Well, it wants me to update to 1.2.1, which isn't out yet. So remind me later. We'll check it later. Yeah. No worries, Redis. No worries at all. Hold on. Let's search for it. Was there a conversation about it? Sort by date. Vibing a non-trivial ghosty feature. Mm-hmm. And yeah, now this entire post is majorly suspect. Okay. So it looks like the signing works now. That's great. Yeah, I wasn't able to use it at work because of that. So now I can start. Once 1.2.2 is out, I can finally start using Ghosty as my daily driver again, which is awesome. For work. Like, I use it here. Totally fine, because, like, can't live without that shader. Is it? Oh, I wasn't prompted to upgrade it. If I go to Ghosty and check for updates. Oh, it is 1.2.2 now. Okay, yeah, it must have been just queued up. All right, let's update. Yeah, you're right. I don't know why when I switched over, it prompted me with 1.2.1. But that could have just been cached or something. Anyway, back to the bug we're dealing with. Let's do this. I want to see what part is before we hit that error. Just cuz. If you gift a sub, it's the Duolingo like badge or whatever, I think. Right? Subbed to a streamer and got 3 months of free Super Duolingo. All right, so let's reproduce this bug. And yeah, this actually seemed really interesting. But this is probably not TypeScript code. Oh, it is TypeScript. Oh, shit. Oh, this is dope. Oh, this is really cool. So it is in TypeScript that you can stream the contents. Looks like it grabs... Interesting. Huh. Well, yeah, this is cool. Very cool. All right, so now back to this part. Try and save. We get an error. The error is that, and then when we see part, we do see that it is value. Okay, so yeah, it's just a struct. So then we can just do the access in. How long have I been a dev? That's tricky. I've been a professional dev for around 10 years, but I was doing dev adjacent things, I don't know, for years before that. So I think we just want to do access.get, right? And technically, we could probably even just use get in, which is using access under the hood. I think either way works. All right, and then yeah, we're doing a very similar thing. Where are we doing that? It looks like we're doing it at still line 192. Hmm. Yeah, I'd say take it easy, Witch TV. Oh, so were they complaining about this part? Yeah, that doesn't seem right. They did say it was only one argument. Oh, access.key. Ah. So yeah, I don't think this was actually the bug. Okay, man. That's cool. Like, we're working on a thing. Okay, so then key value, because it's not that, right? So get in existing parts. Existing parts always comes from keyword.parts, which means it'll always be the struct, which means we can just do value here. And that does it. Okay. So we solved that bug. Let's see if we can add an ignored user. At this. Okay. So yeah, we fixed the ignored users one. Let's just add another just to be sure. At foo.bar.com. And we should be able to delete one as well. Yeah. All right, so we have solved the bug that we had for editing keywords. At least part of it. Let me get more music on. Thank you for the bits, Witch TV. I appreciate it. All right, one more thing I want to do just to double check the editing still works is I maybe want to make this and this case insensitive. And that worked just fine. Oh, and sorry, one second. There you go, Daniel. No, you're good. So you've been playing around with Sentry.io. No, you can do links now. We just have that to prevent spam. And yeah, Sentry's great. It used to be a lot easier to self-host. Now self-hosting is not ideal. Whoa. What was that for, Witch TV? Thank you for the bits. But, yeah. What's the occasion? All right, so let's clean up these log statements we don't need. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, so this is something we can commit. Allow keywords to be edited at the ignored users level and the case insensitive level. All right, so that'll kick off some deploys for us. And cool, we are back on staging branch. We solved one bug today. Little progress after not having touched this project for weeks. Man, it's probably been, what, 2, maybe 3? Uh-oh. Well, hold on. We do have some blue. Okay. Yeah, nested too deep. Readability would be a little better. So Gawkin, yes. We opted not to do a VM, but we are using Tailscale. So that's kind of nice. Yeah, I understand, Brainless. I'm okay with the warning because I think it's something I should fix eventually anyway. Because, yes, I was talking about how I like readability, but I think it harms readability. But for now, I don't think it harms it nearly as bad as a bad variable or a bracketless if. But yeah, so we are able to do the remote vibe coding thing. I made posts on Twitter, Blue Sky, and LinkedIn about it, which was cool. And yeah, so I should be able to do some of that when I'm just out and about at TwitchCon or any other conferences. Let's see. So the next bug we have that I wanted to fix is actually at the dashboard level. Thank you, Witch TV. So the bug that we have here on the front end is that we're only looking at the first part of the keyword, when realistically we should see the second one, and we should also maybe give it like some kind of like pop-up or whatever so we can see the full text. So that's a front end bug. Let's do that. The place that we're doing that is the main dashboard. Ooh, excuse me for the yawn. All right, so we get our line chart. We see the height and the width, the chart data. That's going to be the thing we care about. So chart data is getting set here, and it's coming directly from the response. So what I want to do here we see res array. All right, so it's actually a backend bug because the front end isn't the thing responsible for giving us that string. Let me double check this. What are all these warnings? Yeah, we should clean those up eventually, but not the end of the world. So grouped key dot keyword is equal to the length of the events. What we want this to be is, instead of that, we can do if hold on. So grouped key right here. Hmm. So it has to do with getting the keyword events. And the amount of keywords isn't really going to be big enough for us to care too much. But yeah, we don't want to do it inside of that. So then after they've been grouped, we can go through this. And this would be something like raw keyword. Super Maven nailed that one right there. Oh, and hold on. Max day lambda perf. So someone was looking for this website and figured I might as well share it with y'all. Someone just texted me for it. Max day dot github.io lambda dash perf. All right. So yeah, someone was curious about these and then wanted to see some of these like cold start times. All right, so then raw keyword here. What we want to do then is we'll call it keyword value. It's equal to if raw keyword dot and no, we will not be doing. Right, we were just ranting about this. And yeah, this is actually not that. So then from here, what we want to do is we want to return a string in which we do raw keyword Okay, so they hate it. What do they hate about it? Ah, there we go. Enum map join. Ah. It's the enumerable, then the joiner, then the mapper. All right, and then from here, keyword value is what we care about. All right, will it blend? Shit. What's up, Zero? How you doing? Or Zerono? I'm gonna guess Zerono. All right, so then this part, let me log raw keyword. I swear it's listening to me. Interesting. That is definitely the endpoint, right? Yeah, stats/dashboard. Okay, so I'm doing this in the wrong place, though. I'm a little curious that we're not getting any of that log. Hold on, wait. Someone was looking at the max day. I want to make sure I get the joke. All right, so they were saying, oh, right, cold start times, they should just write all their code in bash in their Lambda. But then, yeah, hot start time sucks, which I find very strange. Why would the hot start time be so much worse than the cold start time? That just seems like a bug. So part of the problem with Bun is that it doesn't ship in a native way for Lambda. So you have to run it as a container. And containerized Lambdas are slower. Now, I don't know if this is actually taking into account the fact that you can ship Bun as just an executable. My guess is it's just containerizing Bun. But then how do you end up passing the request context to the executable? I don't know. Probably the same way you ship it to the Go executable, right? But I don't know. Yeah, where do we see the Bun? Yeah. So then Bun as a layer, the hot start time isn't terrible. I mean, it's still pretty bad. Just an extra 82 milliseconds to every request. Eee. But yeah, cold start times are definitely something to consider. But realistically, yeah, if you just wrote all your lambdas in Rust, you'd be good to go. Or C++. I would say at this point, right, the difference between any of these like top, I mean, besides the shell stuff, right, difference between any of these like top performers is meh. LLRT here is also JavaScript though, which I think is interesting. So using LLRT, you can actually perform at similar like Go levels, which is crazy. But once you're getting to this point, as long as you're like around 50 milliseconds and less, that's pretty good for a cold start. I'd say even 100 milliseconds is pretty good for a cold start. But if you're looking for just like absolute Lambda performance? Yeah. You're looking at C or Rust. But anyway, yeah, back to the bug we're dealing with. So there's something up in here. Let me double check work stuff just in case. Cool. And we are at 4 o'clock. I would say, right? I'm trying to have no more than 2 today. But I think we could hop into a whiskey. How about this? We solve this bug first, and then I can have a whiskey. Gotta incentivize that stuff. Yeah, so I think, yeah, this function is gross. But here's a question. Have you ever written, like, you know, graph data functions? Like graph data, like endpoints that aren't gross? I don't think I've ever done that. I don't think it's possible. Yeah, exactly, Krasner. I can just jump into the whiskey. Yeah. I mean, here's a almost empty one, but yeah, look at the size of that, dude. It's bigger than my head. Like, dude. There are very few things in this world bigger than my head. Figuratively and literally. I'm bullshitting. Just having fun. Now, the one I'll be sipping on is probably going to be this Basil Hayden. And I want this to last a good little while. I don't want to finish it as quickly as I have finished one of these in the past. Like on a good weekend, I can finish off a Basil Hayden bottle in 2 days. Not necessarily proud of that, and I'm not really trying to do it that much anymore, but it has happened. Bottle of 4 Roses goes even quicker. The thing I went to on Friday, dude, they had 4 Roses small batch. And it hadn't even been opened yet. Which I find even stranger. So, you went to grab dinner with a friend last night and decided to treat yourself to a beer, but sadly they didn't have the beer you wanted, so you just landed on a Coke. Oh, what's the beer you wanted? Like, I run into that a lot, where I'll go and do, I'll go to some restaurant, and they just don't have a good whiskey selection. Like they'll do like cocktails, but you just know the whiskey they're mixing into those cocktails sucks. Like any of the hot pot places I've been to. Really, really bad whiskey selection. Yeah, for some reason, we're not getting this log statement. That's a bit of a problem. Oh, but that was the end of the album. That's a bigger problem. I think the biggest thing is that this is the wrong place to be doing this part. But we should be able to get some kind of log value here. But theoretically, this map function wouldn't fire if this is empty. But why would that ever be empty? And yeah, this is where we're running into, like, I like the pipe operator. I think it's good. But almost every time I start piping too much shit, I want to see what the intermediate values are. And what's up, Hunar? How you doing over on the YouTube, Mr. Sir? The nice part is I bet there is some way to throw a log value in there. But yeah, maybe that's it. So this is it. Yeah. This is it. So, yeah, we're doing that in the wrong place. No. I totally see. And you were totally right. So if we do keyword ID there, then we have the ID value here later. Oh, and you can pipe through debug at the end. It'll do a debug per pipeline statement? Oh, can you add labels to it? Because that would be valuable too. And Hunar, yeah. Here in the US, it's in November. Is it Canadian Thanksgiving right now? It really is. Oh. Is it always on Columbus Day? Held on the second Monday in October. Always on October 12th. Okay, so it's just coincidence that they line up today. Oh, it'll tell you the line number with the debug statement. I need to use the debug statement more. Okay. All right, so part of our issue we're using keyword.value instead of keyword.id. So all these places that we're doing keyword.value end up being the problem. All right, so this is going to break things. Oh, but not in the way I expected. Nailed it, Super Maven. That was not what I wanted, but whatever. Are we getting that log value? All right, so we do see hello McFly. I think the readability of this could be made way better. But where do we even see the key values coming from? Oh. Oh. So I think ID is the right value there, right? So this is actually the right fix. I think ID is the value we want there because there is a front end bug still of chart data. We fetch it, and then where do we use it? Right, we're setting the size of the chart. Sure. And this is that. Okay. I still don't understand how that's rendering that way. We no longer get any of the lines, so that's part of the problem. When we see line chart, we see chart data. And then we have, this might be it. Mm-hmm. So it's a back end and front end issue. Oh, you liked that TikTok? Thank you. Yeah, I probably don't need to keep spamming it, but if someone still sees it, that's cool. So if we do ID here, then it ends up working, right? Well, it still renders, but this list is wonky. So then what we can do, where's our tooltip? Yeah, we see tooltip, custom tooltip. No, I don't. That's someone else's thing. So I can make the thing on the side, right? The labels. I can fix that part. That part's not too hard. Oh wait, does parts actually include the whole thing? No. Why are we getting it twice? What did I do wrong here? Oh, it's a plus equal. There we go. All right. So we're joining the parts. We probably want to throw an ellipsis on that element. But what else do we need to do to make it ellipsis? Is it text ellipsis? I always forget this. Oh, it is truncate. Mm, well, it's already block. Back to Messy Joe's. Yes, exactly, Kenneth. What would be the right way to make this ellipsisable? I think if we give it a width. Yeah, we don't want to hard code like a width value, though. All right, so if we do calc I feel like calc should do that. And what was your thing? What if we add overflow hidden and then text ellipsis or truncate? Truncate does that automatically, right? Overflow hidden, ellipsis, no rep. These are all the things you need for truncate. I think it's technically a bad name because you could do text overflow. Oh, I thought you could do. Oh, clip is what I was thinking of. So yeah. Yeah, the Tailwind Ellipsis class does the overflow and the no wrap, but we still need to give it a width so it'll kick in. Now, hold on. Yeah, if we just did this part instead of there, I think we're getting an issue of making them all way too long. But if we add it here, then it would happen for only when it's one of those. Okay, so yeah, it's in the div, but it's not in the label. Got it. So instead of putting that on here, now limiting word count's not a good thing. We want this to be purely at the CSS level, right? That way it's properly responsive. If we start doing word count, it starts to look weird at various screen sizes. Like it'll break as we go narrower, it'll break as we go wider. Instead, if we just let CSS decide, we're way better off. All right, so I said we'd wait to have a whiskey. Nope. This problem needs a whiskey. Yeah, this problem needs a whiskey. Definitely something we can do. And it's still not going to, like, even if we fix the CSS styling here, we're still running into that where we need to map these IDs to another value, right? We need to map it to the actual key. And that's a problem with our tooltip. And I think the custom tooltip class just needs to be done, like it needs to be created inside of our component. We'll probably want to make it use effect based because we don't want to do it on every render. But that should fix that because we'll have access to the keys and everything, right? To the keywords to be able to like swap these. Yeah. Okay. So I've got a plan for the tooltip. We just got to make sure that this styling starts to look right. So let's do that part. But let me use the restroom. And let me pour some more water, rinse out my glass, and grab some limes. I'll be right back. Yeah, with enough whiskey, regular coding turns into vibe coding. Or even without AI coding, it turns into vibe coding. Yeah, totally. You're not wrong. And I'm back. So, yep, CSS issue. Definitely a way to do this. Oh, and I forgot, yes, music. Damn it, that was one thing I wanted to make sure I did before I went out and did that stuff, but I forgot. It's like I'm smoking weed or something. Which I haven't even done yet today. All right, so let's slice the lime. And no, that is not an innuendo. Get add dot, huh? All right. All Twitch users have been added to the repo. Exactly. All right, squeezing the lime juice. All right, so our next steps. We basically know what the width of the little like color icon are going to be. And we know what the width of the switch is going to be. So then everything else can just be constrained. Let's just say W8. Let's shuffle this to where it's easier to get to after dealing with it. Oh, that's why we did the justify between that way. Hmm. All right, so justify self doesn't work. I don't think it's a line. Okay, hold on. So that kind of works, but then it doesn't at the same time. And yeah, there's basically nothing we can do to get that ellipsis working right, because this width is still going full. And what's up, Space Case? How you doing? Oh, shit. What if I give this just an empty class? Yeah, empty classes don't make it. Damn. And hey, Space Case, thank you for the sub. How you doing, man? This application scrapes the internet for certain words. No, it listens for mentions on social media. So currently, Blue Sky and Lobsters will add Hacker News and Reddit, maybe. Reddit's trickier, but we'll add Hacker News, maybe Mastodon, maybe. We should be able to scrape all of ActivityPub, but maybe not. Yeah, I think Twitter, that's a hard sell. Reddit, also a hard sell. Like, to be able to use those, you got to be fucking loaded. But at least for these other platforms, we're good. I'm wondering if there's maybe a way to do like YouTube or, yeah, I don't know. I think I can focus on the niche being like smaller communities. So if we just find ways to like listen for events from the smaller communities, then I don't know. There's at least value to it. I may want to like lower my pricing a little bit because of it. But yeah, I don't know. What is the right way to do this? So I guess here's the big thing. Why is this one still going wider? Like, we can make it work. As long as we're constraining the width of what's in there. Right. Zooming in and out doesn't really help us either. Hmm. Yeah, anyone got any thoughts? I'm willing to start throwing darts at this problem. Hold on. Wait, where'd it go? Here it is. This element, right? So I don't know if you can see on the screen, but the purple is going outside the bounds of where we want. That is preventing us from getting the ellipsis as we want, and it's breaking like the rounding on the right side, right? But yeah, max width does not seem to give us what we want. Position relative? Mm, no, relative won't solve any of that. Right? Like, technically it's static right now, but relative and static in this context wouldn't change anything. Ooh, that could be part of it, actually. Why does it think... Why are we doing display table on that? That just seems way off. It's the table that was breaking it. Ah. Interesting. Hmm. It's because of the scroll area? Why does it do table? That is so weird. Nine p.m., but you had to have an espresso. Yeah, that's probably not ideal. Where the hell is that inline table styling coming from? Oh, it's part of the viewport. Yeah, yeah, so it wouldn't be anywhere we can access that. All right, so here's what we'll do. Yeah, we need to create a bunch of BS. All right, so we'll do bar Baz bat uh Flim Flam Flume. All right, so does that kick us? All right, so that gets us to the scrollable state again. Ooh, and I broke everything. Well, that's a separate issue. All right, so what I want to do next is we want to try and get rid of the scroll area. think it's overflow scroll, right? Oh, I do need it to scroll for sure, but we're going to do it with just raw CSS. All right, so far, we're not seeing the ellipsis yet. All right, so we can give it a title. I think that helps us there a bit. Right, so then that max width, we probably just want to do a calc. All right, so now we're just not getting the ellipsis. Why are we not getting an ellipsis on that? And it's not really the end of the world. We don't necessarily need the ellipsis itself. Damn, viewership in the software and game dev category is super low right now, too. That is crazy. Less than 1,000? Dude, that's gnarly. Why is it less than 1,000? Do we think Canadian Thanksgiving? Is that the problem? If only the marquee tag still worked. Yeah, marquee just doesn't work. Browsers removed it. Pretty sure. Yeah. When you say easily, I don't think you understand what easy means. If we're having trouble doing a truncated, like, ellipsis, there's no way CSS animation of that is going to be good. Yeah, it's not easy, though. Okay, so I want to do the opposite. I want it to marquee when we hover. But okay, let's double check it. Okay. Yeah, no, it's a pretty good idea. Yeah, I do think we're going to need something to detect if we actually want to marquee it. We could just decide, all of them marquee, fuck it, why not? This is definitely an option. We could do it. Hmm. Oh, that's true. Still doable. Well, I like the idea. And I will, Krasner, but the key is the things that are shorter. How do we determine if we actually want to marquee those? So we could determine it based on the width, or we could just marquee everything, like on hover. All right. Yeah, let's do this. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that matters. Doesn't make it any easier or harder. Speed we don't care about. Width we do. Maybe. What's up, Fievel? How you doing? Yes, it is a React component. We're just going to use it to abstract out so we're not having to repeat all the boilerplate. Oh, but I did TS. I don't know if I like that there. We'll just put it up with the index.css. Why not? I don't know about that. Hold on. You're struggling with CSS gradients. It's 2025 and gradients still have color banding issues. At this point, you're thinking of just writing your own WebGL shader to replace gradient backgrounds for the project. I mean, it's 2025 and images still have color banding problems, right? Based upon compression. Love the fact that I was able to type that in and it worked. But yeah, like look at the color banding we get right here, you know? Like to the untrained eye, maybe you don't see it, but it's definitely banding. Here we see it. It's definitely banding. It's not as bad as like some things, but right, like WebP bands way worse. Like, dude, that's gross. That's real bad. Like, technically, yeah, this one's banding pretty bad. But this one looks good. Like, you know, better than the others. Still banding. WebP lossless looks great. Yeah, you can't really solve it once you have images. Yeah, but the fact that CSS is like calculated makes sense. But it's just funny to me like how the WebP still just sucks. Like I guess the big point is like, dude, it's 2025 and images still aren't even solved. What the fuck, dude? What are the valid values of animation playstate? Running and paused. So wait, where is index.css even being imported? Main.tsx. Oh, did I just miss it? Oh, I did. Okay, so if we do that, chart width is way wrong. Oh, is there a way to reset it back to 0? Hmm. Yeah, what I want it to do is I want it to reset back to the initial state. Just instant. So basically, we could remove the class that animated it. Yeah, that's probably the move. But yeah, it doesn't look bad. Now we just got to figure out the right width. All right, so now we're seeing that the text is doubled up. So then, like a container query, you're thinking that might be the move? I have not done container queries yet, and that's something I should probably get good at. All right, so yeah, that's not quite right yet. We need marquee container, and I think the way we're doing width is an issue too. Well, I guess the container queries don't show up in DevTools very easily, do they? Hmm. Yeah, we might still need to use JavaScript for this. I don't know. Anyone got an idea on how to do the container query properly? And I just realized we do still want maybe marquee item here. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought too. Yeah, I don't know. Const, we'll say so. Wait, do we need the width and the item width? I don't know if we do. I think we just need like a should marquee value. Actually, but yeah, the use effect based on just text and width is probably no good. We're gonna need like a different use effect event, or we do a resize event. Yeah. Oh yeah, I see what you said. Yeah, resize. Yep. Like a glove. I think I like it. I think I like it. I think we nailed it. Good job, team. Thank you for the idea. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty damn nice. Yeah, that's pretty damn nice. Let's get another album going. Yeah, that is pretty damn nice. All right, so we're still not done. And yeah, we're doing a little too much in this commit. But yeah, I like this component. Feeling pretty good. Oh, yeah, yeah, pagers as in like beepers. Yeah, for sure. That was the era just before cell phones. Anyone that had a pager or a beeper in high school, they were selling weed. They were totally selling weed. You know how I know? I had a friend that sold weed. Dude, it was hilarious. He was the only person I knew that had one. Oh, ooh, some games on sale. I never did finish Detroit Become Human. So we could play that at some point. And it's only $8 right now. Ooh, Total War 3 Kingdoms? $12. Ooh, buddy. Not sure about all these others. I mean, that one's $3.99, so yes. And ooh, I missed some follows. Arunal or Arunal and RSTZ, thank you for the follows. And yeah, Space Case, thanks again for that sub, man. Yeah, what you up to? How's the job going? If you're still out there, no worries. I know you go to sleep early. Ooh, anyone here play Risk of Rain 2? Was that a good one? Looks kind of good. Oh, but you'd probably want to get all like the other shit, right? Like the DLC. All right, let's do another beverage. So yeah, we've got the front end of that working, right? The scroll area we can call good. All right, and hard limit on this being last whiskey. Who knows? Maybe later after I've done a bunch of work, I can reward myself again. But for now, nope. Last whiskey of the day. Trying to cut down. Trying to hold myself to it. I will get some Indian food tonight, though. You got your weekly wings today? There you go. Please tell me you watched the show Wings while eating your wings. While listening to the band Wings. Is there any other way we can make that, while getting a tattoo of some wings on your back? You know, 18-year-old girl style. Is that still a common trope? Is that still like the most common like tattoo that girls get when they turn 18? They're trying to rebel a bit. I feel like tramp stamps fell out of favor. Wings on like one on each cheek, that would be baller. That's actually solid. I think that'd be hilarious. Eyeballs on each cheek? Ooh, that'd be hilarious too. Yup, yeah, 3D Factor. I had coworkers that totally did that too. It was smart. Meanwhile, like I've had one of these trackpads, right? One of the Mac trackpads for ages. I even have like the older one. What did I do with the older one actually? It's around here somewhere. I used to joke with my coworkers though, like they would do the chopsticks thing, and I'd just be like, nah, sorry, my trackpad's like a finely seasoned wok. I got flavors for days from weeks ago on there. Yes, that was a good vintage of Cheeto. Mmm, Cool Ranch Dorito. I used to gross them out when I'd say that. Like, dude, they were not happy. Yeah, I get it, 3D Factory. You just got to get sponsored, dude. And then your keyboard will look like a fucking nightmare like mine. It's an amazing keyboard. It's just filthy. Like, dude, filthy. Oh man, I've been slacking on that though. I should have done that earlier this year, like months ago. Because yeah, they wanted to like hop on stream and show us like the new firmware and all that stuff. I just need to upgrade the firmware. I feel like it's unlikely I'd get another free one because we've only gotten one sale. But just in case, if you're looking for a Digma. All right. So I'd say this looks good to me. I would say this looks good. We've got a bug on the back end though. Glove 80? Okay. Oh, that's kind of cool. And that's a flex hooking it up to a Herman Miller. Yeah, I like my Digma. I think it's good. Like, this Digma's the best keyboard I've ever had. I didn't expect to like it as much as I do. So it's using the ZMK firmware. Like, the thing that I think is magic, and do I have it on this keyboard? I think, or on this Mac? I do. Dude, this shit's amazing, right? Like, just being able to configure all the layers and stuff. The software is a really big part of what makes the Digma really nice. Like, I'm sure I'm not using it to its full effect, but I've definitely customized it enough. Like, control escape right here in the corner. Yeah, like, man. I would definitely be hard pressed to go back to like another split keyboard. If anything, them sponsoring me gave them a customer for life. Oh, that's pretty cool there, 3D Factor. Yeah, the only issue I have with this is when I'm playing certain games, I can't hit F1 like easily. Like the F keys are the thing that get me the most. And I'm sure there's something I could do to get there. Oh, you know what would be good actually? Oh, if I made it part of layer 2. And then I had this be F1. I like that. Yeah, no. This is a really good idea. Number lock? Who the fuck uses number lock? Number lock? Dude, and then bam. Like, I got F1 now. Yeah, I like this. That was a really good idea. I hadn't even thought about it. All right, so yeah, we can close it back down. There we go. Quick little sponsor segment. Keep in mind, yes, I got a free keyboard out of it, and if you were to use the code, I would make like $20 on the deal. I wish I could turn it into a discount code instead, but they mentioned why like discount codes are something they don't do because no matter what, they end up on the internet somewhere, and then they're just giving everyone a discount rather than people from like the community. I wonder if it'd be cool to like do like one-off giveaway like discount codes. I don't know. I'd like to figure that out, but I don't think we're selling enough. Like I don't think we've driven enough sales for them to give a shit. Yeah, I mean like a discount code that's like a single time use. Done, right? Do it as part of a giveaway or something. But I'm not sure like they're doing it through Shopify. I'm not sure if Shopify makes that easy or not. All right, so our bug is this keyword ID not found in, and we're doing this part. So that's related to the change that we just made on the back end. I'm curious how this isn't working. So, like, what line is that blowing it on? Oh. Oh. So we're seeing keyword events, Messijo stats get keyword stats. All right, and there we go. Like a glove. Get out of here, bug. I have shit in here that he should be pumped on. I don't like seeing a fruit fly flying around. But okay, so let's commit our front end issues. So yeah, label and scroll area go away. Oh, look at all those little lime droplets. Oh man. Mm. Damn right. Let's double check these. Yeah, we want to get rid of that log statement. The rest looks good though. Ah, shit. But we're not totally done with the front end. I forgot about one thing. Our legend, right? Our legend is not right. So we got to fix that part. But back end wise, we're good. Fix. Right? Like we needed to do keyword ID anyway. What if someone duplicated, right? It would get weird. So yeah, use keyword ID instead of value when aggregating or dashboard stats. All right, and hold on real quick. I feel like the React Miami CFP has to be coming up soon. I don't want to miss this because I definitely want to apply. Oh, wait, it's still the 2025? Oh, so they don't even have the CFP posted yet. Okay, so we got time still. Which makes sense. Like, I feel like I haven't applied until, like, November most years anyway. Damn, that's a pretty good hit rate. Like, we know 2 of these people, and I've met a third one. 3 out of the 6 that they're showing off is pretty cool. How many others? Oh, Mark Hardington. Dude, he's such a dude. Wait, he's at NX? Oh, I feel like I totally forgot that. Yeah, that's awesome he landed there. Yeah, I totally forgot that. Oh, Brandon Roberts was a speaker too? Damn. Damn, they don't have that many speakers. That's crazy to me. That's really like, that's one of the shortest speaker lists I've ever seen. Wait. No. No. What? What did I break? Son of a bitch. What did we break? We just had it working. All right, some marquee item needs white space none on it, right? No wrap. Motherfucker, it was just working. All I did was remove the commented scroll areas. That's totally it. Shit. Yeah, you're not wrong. Nah, that was totally it. Local DevTools, CSS edit bullshit. Damn. All right, so just a real quick hint for everyone. I overdid it Friday night. I feel like I was okay to drive into Seattle, but leaving Seattle, definitely not. But I ended up going to Capitol Hill, parked my car, and then completely forgot where I parked my car. The post itself, like I made a post on Reddit, 800 views or 800 upvotes, and then the hey, I found it, 1,000 upvotes. That's insane, dude. What the fuck? Pretty sure it's my most upvoted post and comment of all time, which is fucking weird. There were so many dude where's my car references. Like, it was gnarly. It was really gnarly. All right, so what I'm thinking, we got the width of that, and we should be good. Raimu, I was actually expecting something like that. I had been checking like all the citations. Like you can look up citations by your license plate number, and I hadn't gotten any citation yet because like where I had parked, it's free parking on Saturday and Sunday, and technically because today is a holiday, it would have been free parking today too, so I wouldn't have found out until tomorrow. But I ended up finding it. It did take me like 4+ hours of zipping around on a one of those Lime scooters. Like, dude, the like I turned on my timeline in Google Maps, and that timeline is insane. Like, dude, I covered so much of the area that I parked in. And I was right that I parked in that area. It was just in a place that I wouldn't have expected. And here's the worst part. I thought I had scoured like the one side of the road, but instead I was looking at another. Yeah. 3D Factor saw it last night. Yeah, exactly. Right. For sure, Raimu. The worst part is, yesterday at around noon, I'm walking back on the street that it was, and I had the bright idea to be like, well, wait, maybe I parked by this park. So I turned left, probably like a block before I would have seen my car. And I had driven that road on the scooter, but I was looking on the other side of the road because that's where I normally park when I go to like meetups in Capitol Hill. It's just, dude, it was so bad. Like, I screwed myself so much. And for some reason, Google, right? Google Maps had this like marker in the For You section. I typed in the word car. Or I didn't type in the word car. No, like I hit the U tab, and there was a thing called car right there. My car was nowhere near where Google Maps had this like car marker. Nowhere near. I've never parked near there in my life. But I scoured all the streets over by it just in case. I was like, why the fuck would I park all the way over here? So thanks, Google. Man, it was just... It was so chaotic. And here's the worst part. Like, It was starting to rain, so I was like, all right, I give up. It's basically like 4:30 p.m. And at 4:30 p.m., I was just like, all right, I guess I'll just take my Uber or Lyft or whatever back to Redmond. In the car, the driver took just a very specific route. And as he made this left, I looked over and I saw the back of my car. And I recognized the back of my car better than the front of my car for some reason. I guess, yeah, parking. Like, when I go to the airport, I take a picture of the back of my car. Yeah, I can just recognize the back of my car better than the front of my car. And I was like, dude, hold on. Pull over. Can you loop around? And like, dude, let me do it and everything. And like, yes, saw my car just randomly as I had given up hope. It was the craziest damn thing. Oh, shit. Damn it. I didn't know it was someone's birthday. I would have totally driven into Seattle for that. I don't think they're doing like a big party like they did the other day, but man. One of the cheap Android compatibles. Yeah, I want to get one that's not a proper one just because like the proper Apple AirTags, they'll notify you, and I want to make sure that it doesn't notify someone who ends up stealing my car maybe. So, yeah, I want to get one of the off-brand ones just, you know, just for the sake of that. Like, who would steal my car, though? It's a 95 Subaru. It's old as fuck, and it's beat up, and it's dirty inside. Like, dude, whoever's stealing my car probably needs it more than I do at this point. Whoever steals my car probably needs it more than I do. Oh, one of the fun comments was, no one did. Todd, I may have drank too much. I didn't drive it like home, like far, but I did drive it from one spot in Seattle to another, and I parked it, and then I completely forgot where I parked it. So there was a scare, like, oh, maybe it got stolen. Yeah. Like, completely forgot where I parked it. And here's the thing, like, some of the comments on, like, the Reddit thread, people were like, oh, yeah, I've done that stone sober. Yep, totally. Right? I've done that stone sober. So it was like, it was a little like, okay, I don't feel so bad. Yep, exactly. Right? Someone was like, wait a minute. You parked it, blah, blah, blah. Like, how does that happen? And then someone else was like, dude, I go into Costco and 90 minutes later, I don't remember where I parked my car. Well, you know the general area. Yeah, the general area of a Costco parking lot is the same size of the area that I thought I parked in. So, like, come on, take it easy. Dude, it was just, yeah, it was a funny time, but it's why I'm pacing myself a bit. Like, I'm not like quitting, but I'm definitely taking it a little easy. Like, I don't know, little too much. Here's the biggest problem. And I definitely didn't remember this part, but I had smoked some weed, like right as I parked. And that was the problem. It's when I mix the weed and the whiskey that I actually have the worst memory issues. If it's just weed or just whiskey, I'm set. But when I mix the two, it really fucks with my memory. Yeah, like, I just gotta not smoke weed when I'm drinking. Problem solved, right? Maybe. When I'm here at home, totally, we can do whatever we want. But out and about, no. And then you ended up in Florida. Oh, here's the gnarliest part. Didn't find my car when stoned? I mean, like weed wise, I'm good to go driving. Like, dude, stoners are the best drivers you'll ever see, as long as they can handle their weed. 5 under the speed limit. They brake check 300 feet ahead of time. Like, nah, man. No. Yeah. Exactly. But honestly, I probably would have been safer. Because technically, I didn't have any other drinks after I smoked the weed. Like, it makes my judgment better. It just makes my memory worse. I just walked around, like, to wear off everything. And then when I forgot where I parked, I ended up sleeping on some, like, bench. Someone woke me up. Huh? No, I'm good. I'm just sleeping off some whiskey. Went back to sleep. Now, my judgment's actually way better when I do smoke weed. I did eat some tacos after the joint. As far as my waistline is concerned, my judgment is not that good. And as far as everything else goes, my judgment gets better when I smoke weed. Yep. Yeah. Hold on, there was another thing I wanted to joke about. Oh my god, yes, this other thing. So, yesterday, I'm zipping around on this Lime scooter everywhere, right? Just zipping around all over the area that I thought I parked. Like, because I have some spots that I normally park. And then I had, like, this bad, like, Google marker. So I, like, zipped around those spots and this other spot and some other spots. And at one point, I'm, like, getting ready to give up. I get off the scooter. I take a seat. I start thinking, well, okay. I looked at my transactions on my credit card. Let me double check and go back through the history again. I install the app on my phone because I normally just do it from my computer. And it had me, like, type in the credit card number that I have through, like, the credit card company thing. So I pull my wallet out, pull the card out, and I start typing that in. I do that stuff. Then I'm, like, preoccupied. I'm looking through the thing. I get up. I walk over, make a phone call, like, just seeing, like, okay, should I report my car stolen? I start going through, like, what that process might be. I reach the conclusion, well, okay, maybe it's not that time yet. Whatever. I go and I hop on my scooter, head back to another spot, start looking around. 3D Factor knows. And then I'm like, all right, well, I'll get my Uber. Phone, keys, wallet? Where's my wallet? Oh my god, I left it on the steps, like 5-6 blocks away. Hop back on the scooter, hightail it. Like, dude, the most stressful I've been the entire weekend because, like, dude, lose my car, sure, but lose my wallet? Oh my god. I'm not going to be able to go to TwitchCon. Oh, replacing all that shit's going to be a pain in the ass. Oh, I'm going to have to cancel all that shit. Scooter on back up, it's still sitting on those steps. Card still out and everything. Say what you will about Seattle being so dangerous. It's not that bad. It's pretty good. Try doing that in New York City. Anywhere in New York City. Like, seriously, I was away from that shit for easily 20 minutes. Try doing that in basically any other major city. So I got super fucking lucky there, too. I didn't even have any whiskey or weed in me. That was just like an absent-minded moment. Yep. Yep. All right, so white space, no rep. Overflow. Hidden. Yeah. Stuff that makes good memories after you lose your memory. Yeah, exactly. And then text overflow. Ellipsis. Oh. Well, now we're able to get the text overflow working, even though that wasn't working before. So what the fuck did I have in my dev tools that was breaking absolutely everything? At the CSS level. But we actually had a different thing we were doing. It was a marquee. And we totally had the marquee working, and now we don't. Like, dude, the marquee was beautiful. It was so good. It was so good. But yeah, we don't want to do the truncate on that. Okay, I think that was it. Okay, there we go. There we go. But it's not looping. So now this is the issue. Oh, hold on. So we're doing this on resize. There we go. And then we want to do like aria hidden. All right, how do you feel about this so far, Todd? All right, if we aria hidden the duplicated text and we just do like the scrolling marquee, are we good? I feel like it should be good. I feel like that should be fine. I think Todd may have stepped away. Before we get too far. Oh, no, no, no. Yeah, yeah. Now we're good. We typically use just regular items, so that would not be an issue. I think we're fine with that. Um, yeah, we may want to do like an SR only on this like tab, which we can do. But that's a separate thing. Like not on the Switch itself, but on a label for the Switch. Like it's in a line graph, so you're not going to see much about the line graph anyway. Yeah, I think we'll call it good. Let's just do a hard refresh and make sure we don't break anything. Okay, stuff still works. Sweet. Let me order my food for tonight first. Right? Like we still got a slight fix to do for our tooltip. But yeah, I want some Indian food. I definitely don't have the stuff to do any cooking tonight. Do I want some fish pakora for maybe lunch tomorrow? I'm gonna get rid of the fish pakora. I don't need it. All right. DoorDash order in. All right, so we're not quite done. The issue we got now is when we hover this, it looks just awful. All right, so where is the... Oh, yeah, colors index here. Hmm. All right, so yeah, food order being prepared. What I think we want to do here is we want to modify what we see in chart data. So here's what we can do. Yeah, const new data. And it does come back as an array. So we do want to do res.map. Okay, so we can't necessarily do it here because the keywords themselves may not have been fetched yet. Yeah, we do a little bit of a waterfall on this data. I think I'm okay with that, though. What's up, Codespent? How you doing? The couch does start calling. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. And what's up, a Millenite? How you doing? Vibing much? I mean, we're vibing, but we're not vibe coding. Hono, I think, is something you should really consider if you're doing Cloudflare. If you're not using Cloudflare, Hono is maybe less useful. But if you're doing Cloudflare, like especially like Cloudflare functions and all that, Hono is like the one right choice. Fastify, I don't know. Honestly, a Millenite, if you're building anything significant besides on Cloudflare pages, you shouldn't be using Express directly anyway. Use something that wraps it, right? Use Nest.js or Adonis or whatever, right? Use like a proper framework, right? Don't just build your framework from scratch every time. What's the point? I would say just go look at Hono. Eh, they usually, I thought they had it shouted out better. Yeah, it just ends up being extremely lightweight, which works really well inside of Cloudflare workers. Ah, shit. All right, so we're still not done. Yeah, so workers are not a proper Node.js environment. They do have a compatibility layer you can use, but in general, you need to use something that doesn't rely upon like a full Node.js environment. You want something that is web standards, which Hono is. All right, so we want to log new data. Yes, all that looks fine. You have some lambdas that take almost 20 seconds. That's definitely an issue. Why do they take so long? Oh, because I didn't want to do that by default. All right, there we go. Son of a bitch. I think I know why. We go W full. How do we keep breaking this? Why is it so brittle? I mean, if we add marquee back, right, they all do it, but that is an issue. So we don't want marquee all the time. But then we run into that. Because it'll always be that. Hold on. We want this to be W full. There we go. There we go. We needed the W full. That was it. Son of a bitch. No, we didn't. Oh. Okay. We do want this to happen on text. No? Okay, so you were doing something at work with Next.js and you need to upload user images, but you heard Next.js limits the size of things. Hold on. You can send when you deploy it to Vercel. What do you mean by that? So a Millenite, realistically, your user images should be uploaded to S3. Yeah, no worries, 3D Factor. Have a good night. Like, yeah, you shouldn't be uploading to Vercel at all. You should be uploading to S3 or Cloudflare R2 or any of that shit. Upload thing, even. Like, yeah. Yep. But then you need to make sure you're doing pre-signed post and like all the permissions for that stuff. So yeah, it's not necessarily like super easy, but it is something you can do, and that's the right way to do it. You should not be uploading directly to Vercel. Yep. Yep. Yeah, good call. All right, so a big part of why this was working is that we do something like this. And when we trigger the re-render, right, then these elements get evaluated the right way. Okay, so marquee and marquee item are the same width. If I do that, then that breaks because reasons. So it's like the moment at which we're trying to toggle this, we've got the issues. Good. And right, because marquee, well, I mean, the easy fix might be we just make it a div. Dude, yeah, this dude's awesome. There's a guy that runs a thing called the Internet Dev Company or something like that in Seattle. It's like the offices that Blue Sky operates out of. He is so awesome. Like he's just I think he's wrong, but you know, he said, "So glad someone as elite as you can make it into our community Discord finally." Take it easy. There are way better devs than me. Elite? Nah. But yeah, he's that kind of dude. He just wants people to be stoked. Very nice, dude. Okay, so now we broke this. But yeah, he's that kind of dude that just really wants to boost everyone around him. And that's really cool. So if we look at the log statements, we're still... Okay, so now marquee item is 0. Wait, what do you mean, Ash? Oh, gotcha there, Ash. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, every human being needs humility. So changing that to span was the wrong move. If we make marquee item flex, is that what does it? No. Inline flex? Okay, inline flex finally did it. Okay, there we fucking go. CSS, am I right? All right, so now we just want to go to our CSS file for that stuff and do it the right way, which is we make the display of marquee item here. Oh, son of a bitch. Don't you do that to me. All right, there we go. Woo. Okay. We're still not totally done, though, because now our graph isn't loading properly. But the food's on the way, so we got to go raid someone. Yeah, who do we go raid? I got Indian food on the way, and I got a video I need to record. We do see Slyborg doing some hack the box stuff. We see Nickwan Datasci, 9 streams left. Let's just raid Nickwan. I don't understand why he's quitting, but that's fine. That's fine. All right, so thank you all who were hanging out over on YouTube. Appreciate you. I'm going to bid farewell to the YouTube stream.